Why, hello there. Let's make sure everything is happy here, including those. And this. How are you doing? That seems okay. Let's do that. And you also seem okay. Alright, perfect. Get that down there. And get rolling here. We need to figure out what we're gonna do about these connections. Get that up. Oop. All right. So we're gonna have multiple maps. I don't like this because, and let's actually get this running too. This doesn't indicate that it's a map boundary, right? Vectors between two different maps, right? We're gonna have that issue on both. Okay, that's okay. We need to fix that. We can temporarily not throw this. Is what we can do. No? Oh, because it doesn't allow null. Okay. Let's get that out of there. Alright, everything's going to be broken for a second. We can't run this. But when we were looking at it yesterday, it was clear that we didn't have the information we need, right? And we also can't throw this because this right here is looking for the vector. We could do, like we did in the server, an invalid vector. Um, but we have to think about how that plays into things, right? We can't do like a negative number because right now they're not valid, but we want them to be valid in the future. We can't do. We don't have a size bound, but I guess it's probably reasonably safe to assume that something like compass vectors are those. And a vector in this case is really just a coordinate. We could do. Just like a, no, I don't need that. I don't need a list. We just make it like absurd, right? Position, because we need to name you, that's why. So we could do something like that, and then instead of this, that. And then over here, we can say if the vector is not equal to invalid vector and coordinate is a subtype shifted left operand coordinate function. Oh, dude. That went hello to you as well. So we could do that, which I think will get us back to being able to actually run this. And it'll end up omitting the invalid vectors. Except that's going to make you not happy. Because you're stored in there, right? Okay, so we get back to the idea where we either need to separate these into cardinal and not, or handle this in a different way. On the server side, we separated them just because it was easier. And I think it's going to be easier here too, because we're eventually going to want the UI to reflect on like the connections between in between in the connection tile, the little arrows shouldn't be displayed for things that aren't cardinal connections, right? Because like a east in the case of the entry map where it's just in the corner there, an east doesn't really mean a ton, right? Oh, hi. Hello, Marco. How's it going? Mr. The Ash. I keep getting you and Marco Bizarro confused now because you never visit me anymore. Congratulations to the 500 subs. Thank you. Appreciate that. Noticed this the other day. Well, it was yesterday that it went for sure, on my side at least. But, like, you know, subs go up and down. I don't know. People are either, like, bots get banned or people get tired of my shit. Either way. So, like, it goes up and down. Still a good honestly, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked about it, really. So we can do this. How have you been, by the way? How's the book? How's all the everything? The unfortunate part is that if we split these up, it's kind of a mess. It's the lots of editing, but going fine. Excellent. The word count is dropping slowly but steadily. Gotcha. Got to cut out all but the gyms. Sounds counterintuitive at face value. Not really. You know, there's that old saying that perfection is not when there's nothing left to add, but when there's nothing left to take away. I forget who said that. There's the writer-specific kill your darlings advice. Again, I don't know who said that. Like this string is the least of our problems right here and right now. Oh, that's the problem. If we split them up, it's going to be kind of a lot of work on the back end of the editor. In my case, my darling didn't die at the end of the book, but got serious brain damage. Sequel will be them learning to deal with it. Gotcha. Same idea. Have I been? I've been all right. The world continues to be on fire. I continue to have too many things to do and not enough time, hours in the day where I can focus, you know, because you hit a wall. But everything is progressing, except for the job search, because that's just a dumpster fire. The horrors persist, but so do we kind of do. Yeah, more or less. I think that's all you can do, right? What I really... I have a really long, like, list of things that would be ideal. And unfortunately, it's a lot. Like, I need probably to stream even more hours or to make more videos. But also I have this other project I'm working on that I do with like the other half of my life. And I need to finish that to a state where it hopefully makes money. Because if it could, that would be great. It's going to be summer here soon, which is going to be really hot. And my AC is very noisy. So I need to solve that in some way, shape, or form to enable more streaming. Otherwise, it's going to be like 100 degrees in here and I'll be dying. The list is mighty. Which, like, that leads to, like, okay, so if I spend more time making videos, I could do that because I can just record audio, and then when it gets too hot, I can take a break, cool it down. But there's, like I said, this other project, so there's too many things. Don't I know it? Summers are the worst? Yeah. And, like, I need to sort out the income situation. I don't particularly like it here. I'm here because I'm on the edge of a big city. So if I have to go get a normie job, it'll theoretically be slightly easier, but I don't particularly like it here. So I would like to get back on the road, right? But like, I would like to change my setup. I would like to build the next adventure rig. Which is, you know, time and money. It would probably make decent content to do it, to figure it out as I go. But that's future dreams. Okay, so we could have invalid vector here, or I don't like this. I don't want to have this. It's a good option to have anyway. Yeah. The last time I tried, it wasn't so great. It didn't pay the bills, which are not, like, my bills are not extreme. My truck is kind of expensive. I would like to not have an expensive truck payment right now, but that combined with paying for the spot to park is like the same amount as rent would be. So, eh. Connection model 102 is that do a vector also or do vector towards, because it's the former that it's misspelled. No, it's towards. Do a vector to. It is kind of misspelled actually. Well, actually, it's calling this is what it's saying. Yeah. I could probably call you vector too, but it's saying if they're on the same map, get a string for the vector to that location. Excellent. It helps substantially. I will expect royalties for this. Yeah. This isn't vector 2 because this is on the connection object, so it's the connection dot vector. That's why it's not vector 2. We could rewrite it as that if it makes you happier. Oh, it is vector 2. Because I didn't use this, which I probably should. Just for fun. That way everything runs through the same code paths. Doesn't really matter. Under the hood, they use the same. I don't know that I want to do this. On a completely unrelated note, do you know anyone who's handy at salesing and promoing and all that other kind of nonsense? Looking for one who'd help me promo the book if I self-publish. I don't really. I know salespeople that have souls, but I don't know of any like marketing specialists, right? Which is what you really want. Like if I had to sit down and think about that, I would probably go with like paid keyword advertising, maybe on like Reddit in the relevant areas. I would maybe look at that, investigate that. What are the options? Goodreads exists. I would go with that. And I would be looking to figure out how you get your book into the hands of journal like review people, right? Like writing journalism, if that exists. I know that there are social media accounts that talk a lot about books. I would look at trying to get it in front of them, seeing what they charge. Um, I'm sure there are YouTubers who do book stuff. Also, probably a place to get people in front of. There may even be like there's YouTubers dedicated entirely to indie games. I wouldn't be surprised if there are those dedicated to indie books. Maybe see if you can get in front of them. I would look for someone to handle that entire aspect of it in return for a flat fee plus royalties because I'm notoriously bad at it all. Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That is if no publishers pop up by the end of the year. Actually, hang on. I know somebody who might know a publisher at the very least. Let me find out if they actually found one. There you are. Um, Let me see. Let's see if they respond. I'd be grateful for any nepotism I can get. Well, I don't know about nepotism. This is not like somebody that's a mover and a shaker. This is somebody that's just they've been talking about their book recently, similarly to you. And I can't remember. I know they have an editor. So do you. I don't know if they have actually found somebody to publish yet or not. But he might be able to tell me. He was talking about like there was a smaller publisher actively looking for um like new authors and stuff. So premise of the book is so wild that I suspect most publishers and agents look at the synopsis, read a couple of sentences, and then immediately move on. Yeah, it's wild to me. So a while back, I read a tweet, and I don't remember who it was from, but it's been like living in my head rent free ever since. They were saying that the main problem in the video game industry is that everyone who's in charge of making video games doesn't want to make video games. And actually, that's true for all media. It's true for games, it's true for movies, TV shows, books, music. It's literally a bunch of lizard people who don't want to make that thing. And all they do is look at it and go, does this look like this other thing that made a bunch of money? If it does, they give it money. And we get the same thing over and over again. And if it doesn't, they don't buy it. On the surface of it, it's a crazy idea. Only once you look at it, any kind of depths is making sense. Gotcha. I suspect right now with the explosion of AI slop, publishers and agents are getting so much actual slop they can't give any real attention and time to most projects they get. Yeah. It's mostly why self-publishing is on the table. Yeah. Makes sense. Like, I get it. Absolutely. Like, I don't even... Like... I don't want a publisher or investors or backers or anything for anything I do just because you give up so much for it, right? In terms of like control and whatever else. So like I get it, it's hard to launch everything and do everything yourself because I'm in the same boat, right? Like it's just me. Everything that comes out is entirely my work. So it's a lot to try to stay on top of, but like I don't want to give away half of anything that could possibly be made or whatever, right? Um, and give a board the ability to say, well, no, you're actually going to do this now because we voted. Basically, poking at my wider net of acquaintances and contacts, mostly to get that, hey, please take a serious look at this project and that'd be plenty. Yeah. Confident that the premise and the idea are very good, especially when you consider a multi-book sequel I've already got charted. Yeah, could be. Yeah. Like, there's definitely... Like, I don't really run in the author circles, but in general, in the public, there's a fatigue with the recycled content we're getting, right? And a craving for new things that are weird and don't look like everything else. Okay, so let's go look at... Well, I'm in connection model. If I was to do this... This is a single connection. It doesn't get any weirder than that. So, y'all, extend connection tile. We used vector there, that's fine. In either case, having used Dart for all this time, what's your thoughts on it now? It's fine. Like, I like Dart well enough. I don't think I've changed my opinion a ton from my initial, like week 2 thoughts, which is that it's fine. It's a little too JavaScripty for my liking, but it's reasonably fun. I can get most of what I want done relatively easily. And it's not an Electron app, so, that's a benefit. If there was something different that did the same thing, I would be really tempted to go running to it. It wouldn't be a case of like with Go. Like, I know Odin exists and people love Odin. And it's supposed to be very Go-like, but like my interest is like, mostly just curiosity because I really like Go. But if somebody was to say this thing does the same job as Dart Flutter, but it's different, I would be more interested because I don't like Dart that much. Like I like it well enough. I don't like it that much though, I have an interesting Rust story for you though. Okay. There's a Rust project to rewrite the JavaScript engine. Okay. Which is on the surface a good idea. Yep. Completely disagree with any larger project incorporating it, though. It's a bad project for now. Okay. Why is that? Like, in premise or in execution? Where's the badness? So map controller is what's going to determine what kind of connection you are. What is it that implements you? So if we had another type, actually, of connection. This is a tile, though. The reason I dislike it is because of its current execution. I don't like VLC, so I'm using SM Player, which is a GUI for MPV. Okay. MPV incorporates something called YTDLP. Okay, yes, by default. And they somewhat recently switched their JavaScript engine for this Rust project. Okay. Problem is that compiling this dependency of a dependency takes like 45 minutes on my Ryzen 912 core. Well, stop compiling it. Gosh. Hey, Duvakine, how's it going? Pretty good, pretty good. We're just kind of chatting away here. Which tells me that however good and useful the Rust.js engine is at the moment, they need to fix their build system. I mean, that does sound about right. Totally do. I'll strip out or avoid any other software which has it as a dependency. Yeah, I can see it. Isn't Cargo, like, fairly well known for building slowly, though? Or am I out of date? So map controller. There's a prevailing meme that Rust has obnoxiously long compile times, but it doesn't have to be that way. There are methods to improve it. Ah, okay, gotcha. So when we build our connections, our destination table holds coordinates right now. If we had a different destination that was another map, it could be problematic. Even if you don't, as an example, Bevy, which is a whole ass 3D game engine, takes 5 minutes to compile on a machine first time, then 2 seconds for incremental compiles. Yeah. What Dino? Rust JavaScript is doing is hot garbage. Oh, okay, yeah, I've heard of Dino. I've heard of it in passing. Also, a Rust fever in software nowadays. It's a cool language, and avoiding memory leaks is great, but you can still have sucky memory safe code. Yeah, that's true. Thought you might enjoy hearing that particular story. I mean, you know, I've heard of Dino, but it's the same guy that made Node, right? So, like, eh. Rust is currently the hot language for AI bros because LLMs produce a tiny bit nicer code in Rust due to constraints in the compiler. Makes sense, I guess. So, we have twofold problems here. Knowing that something is a connection to another map is part of it. It would be nice to be able to navigate between the two, which gets back to our idea to maybe load up multiple maps. We also have the map info idea where it only reads that out of the file. So we could do that and use that to our advantage to a degree to get things like names and IDs mapped. I mostly enjoy it for the ergonomics of how the type system and the standard library is put together. Yeah, the big problem I have, like, mentally with Rust is, it has packagitis, right? Where, like, there is no, unless it's changed, because again, I don't super follow it super close, but like, there's no standard library JSON on Marshall. It's like Serday or whatever, right? That everybody uses to serialize and deserialize, which is a community package. So it's like Python's request library, where, like, it's the unofficial official, which makes me nervous, just as a rule, right? Um, and, like, there's crates and crates and crates that you have to include to get things done because there's just no standard library support for it. Rust purposefully left some things out of the standard library, but they do occasionally incorporate widely used and well-known crates into it. That's good. That's like one of the big. It's one of the big things that makes me really bullish on Go is that I don't need so many dependencies. Flutter is kind of halfway there, you know. It takes more to get things done. On the flip side, you have things like net IP versus net IP. Ugh, gross. Ended that train wreck the other day. Yeah. I have unending hatred of JavaScript. Yeah, me too. Less of a language than a loose collection of character defects. The fact that we decided to run the internet off of it has a pox on society. I would agree. I would agree. Prematurely shoving things into the standard library then leaves you with bad patterns and poorly thought out interfaces deal with. Yeah, and I don't know if Rust is opinionated like Go, but that kind of like helps to keep things to a degree similar, right? It's less fractured as an ecosystem, even if you do have to get a third party package in there. Which is not to say that there's not some complete trash at all in the Go package world. But usually you don't need it. There's probably some kind of middle ground there. I tend to agree with you about Rust projects relying on hundreds of other packages. That's a problem. It's a supply chain attack waiting to happen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, tricky. Tricky stuff. Like, I know, well, I've heard that Odin has no package manager, and Ginger Bill, the guy who wrote it, is just completely anti-package manager because it enables package collecting slop, right? Where everything is just packages glued together. And he hates that idea. And like he's got a point, but when I need something, it's really nice to be able to just go get and then update dependencies, right? So like it takes discipline and intent to keep your stuff clean, but like I don't know. I'm kind of not fully bought into that idea. Python's pip downloaded packages over HTTP until like 2019 or something. Yeah. There's ways to make it safer, but it often comes down to carefully vetoing all the dependencies. Yes. If you're doing a big serious project handling dependencies is at least as important as the actual code. Yeah. But like also, you know, you run into this problem in the Arch world a lot, where if you have a problem with something, you'll find people saying, well, I installed this thing and it doesn't work. And somebody's like, well, you got to read the package build. You're supposed to read the package build for everything. You've got to check everything. Wildly irresponsible if you don't read every line of code that you install. It's like, bro, I need to do a thing. My hobby is not to polish my fucking wrenches, okay? My hobby is to go, and my job is to go and build and fix things with them. And I get it that your hobby is polishing the wrenches, and that's great. I'm happy for you, but fuck off. You know, like, I'm not going to read every line of fucking requests. I'm going to import it, and I'm going to use it to get the goddamn HTTP requests going. Though it's Python, it could be running malware and probably wouldn't be any slower. Right? Yes, and you also need to read all the hundreds of changelogs and crap. Yeah, like, I understand that in a perfect world that would be a good approach, but I got shit to do, my dude. You know? Ugh, drives me bonkers sometimes, I tell ya. Okay, what was I trying to do? I was trying to figure out what I want to do with this map stuff. Don't worry, we're about to get even greater spams of dependencies and minor packages that do nothing with the proliferation of AI coding tools, right? Well, I mean, it's already happening. You know, we've had multiple large-scale outages in big things like AWS that they flat out admitted, yep, that was our AI. It deleted the code instead of fixing it. There's well, I guess webhooks are broken today, so that's fun. Like, you know, GitHub's down every other day now, in some way, shape, or form. There was that big news last week where somebody their slot machine deleted their database again, and everything on railways. I forget what provider. But like, it keeps happening. It's gonna keep happening. But like that's this whole industry is just cooked right now, you know. Like, I'm just waiting for them to realize that they still need people that know what they're doing to actually go and fix it correctly. And the answer is going to be rewriting a lot of it, I think. In fact, I talked to a guy in a store, and he was like, "Oh yeah," he was, "I vibe coded this app to help my brother's construction company. Doesn't work, but." I was like, "Okay, so what does it do?" He was thinking about like getting somebody to look at it for him. I'm like, "Okay, well, yeah, you could do that, but be prepared for the fact that it may just need to be thrown away and rewritten." And he was still kind of like bullish on it. I was like, "All right, you do you, my dude. Good luck. Have fun." Combination of companies measuring productivity with lines of code, shoving more AI and dev solution skills through over-reliance on AI tools are silver lining. Yes. Those of us who keep our skills sharp will have a similar position to COBOL programmers nowadays when there's a big crunch to unfuck all the AI slop everywhere. Yeah. That's what I'm betting on. Or being able to just escape that world and do my own things, right? I would prefer that, because I'm tired of working for idiots. And the industry sucks. Especially right now. It's been bad for a long time. Like, but now it's even worse. And I was thinking about this the other day too. You know, everybody is hunting for that meme 10x employee, right? But they wouldn't know what to do if they found one. They would put them into their environment and fuck their calendar over with 1,000 useless meetings and nonsense and red tape until they were a 1x or a 2x employee, like all everybody else. Or until they quit, they're like, you know what, I'm just going to go do my own thing. Not so much betting on, but imagine in 10 years when no junior developer has learned to code or think on their own, when no one has any hands-on experience. They'll be bringing devs out of retirement to save the mess made by AI. Yes. I just got to live for 10 years until that happens. But I don't actually think it's... I don't think it's going to take quite that long. And I think that even before then, we're going to see the rise of new companies that have wild ideas. And we've talked about this before, but like the next company revolution will be companies that have crazy ideas, like, what if we made a product that we wanted to make and it was actually good and we just like sold it for money, and we didn't, you know, just try to inflate imaginary numbers so that we could sell to Fang or to private equity, right? Like, what if we just made a thing that was good and made money doing it? Hey, meetings are important. My team has decided to hold meetings every day until we figure out why our velocity has dropped so much, right? The beatings will continue until morale improves. And in fact, we're already starting to see like what I was just talking about, right? Send Cut Send. I talk about them a lot. They were like I've never heard of them before, but then like a couple of YouTubers that build things have been talking about them, um, and they're like they're mail order CNC stuff, right? Um, so that that's what they do is instead of we apparently it's very common that if you try to get something made here in the United States, you have to go to the website of the company where they say email us for a quote. So you have to email them and wait 2 weeks for them to tell you that they can do it. It'll take 6 months and cost you $11 billion. Or you can WeChat somebody in China, get it $50 next week. So they looked at that and were like, okay, well, that's stupid and it sucks. What if you could go online and get a quote and buy it, and it would be there as quick as you can get it? And the dude like started it in his shop, his garage, right? And now they're a big thing, which is great. It's awesome. Meetings will continue until we figure out why everyone is so unproductive. Yeah. Drop a meme in Discord. I have 3 hours of meeting a day, 2 days a week, and I'm not even a senior. Yeah. Average week as a TL is about 11 to 12 hours of meetings, usually 30-minute meetings with empty 30-minute slots between them, so I lose twice that amount of time. Yeah, at least twice, right? We're going to keep holding meetings until we figure out why we're not getting any work done. Yep. Uh-huh. Oh, no. That one and that one. There we go. Yeah, you lose at least that, because I don't know about you, but when I have a meeting in like an hour, well, I'm not going to get into anything huge because I got a meeting in like an hour. My managers are wondering, A, why I get 5 times the work done that everyone else on the team if I have a low meeting week, and why I get no work done on a meeting heavy week. Gee, I wonder. I think we need a new type for this. I think we need... because these are connection tiles that we put into the map. They don't really exist. You can't start anything significant before, and you have to spin up after. Yeah, exactly. Don't forget when meetings end like an hour before ending time. I'm also not going to get anything done in that hour, usually due to sheer exhaustion. Yeah. 3 times penalty? I mean, wouldn't surprise me. That seems like a good like rule of thumb. But it could be more, right? Depending. There was a fantastic article from someone at Y Combinator before they became the AI First Crapfest about engineering versus manager calendars. I would be interested if you could dig it up. If not, if it's lost to the ages, I get it. Like even right now, like we're chatting, which is totally fine. It's awesome. I'm not getting any work done. It's fine. I'm not here to specifically do work. I'm here to hang out, right? So Y Combinator is rough nowadays. Yeah. I mean, it's basically unusable. I used to read Hacker News pretty regularly, But now it's just show HN. Here's another slop product I made that nobody will ever use. Or show HN. 10 cool ways to make your agent fuck your life over even harder. And like, I can't even go there and read anything anymore just because it's all nonsense. Boils down that an engineer's 30-minute meeting can eat up 2 to 3 times the amount of time. Yeah. While manager used to having time split into 30-minute slots and having context switches. Found links in Discord, yeah. I don't know if it, like, management work seems like it would be more conducive in general to context switching, right? You don't need to deeply understand everything going on to schedule a new meeting, you know? I will put this into not that this into this tab window here so I can read that. But yeah, like I've worked with Scrum Masters and like they didn't do shit all day long. They fiddled around with Jira tickets and scheduled meetings and went to meetings. Like, you know, I don't know what PMs did. I never worked that closely with them. They sat in the nicer areas. Throw in a little bit of ADHD or just a general introvert tendency of focus, and a looming meeting at 2 p.m. basically blows your entire morning away. Yeah. Not that anybody in the software development world has ADHD or other, you know, introversion tendencies or any sort of different neurological makeup than the average person. Also doesn't help when your project manager, whom you expect is good at calendars, fails to RSVP on 90% of their meetings, then pings the chat about 1 to 2 minutes into the meeting to cancel it. By the time I'm already interrupted my work and walked over to the meeting room, yes. That, and I know this is terrible of me, but that's like one of my biggest pet peeves in the entire world. Like, if we agreed to be at a place at a time, then I'm going to do my very best to be there at that place and that time. And if you tell me like 5 minutes before, when I've already dropped everything, I've already accounted for this, that it's not going to happen, it drives me crazy. Absolutely insane. Oh yeah, my calendar is sacred. Playing magical meetings will kill my day. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very bad it's a very bad personality trait, I guess you could call it, to have in the modern era. That's for sure. Lately, if I look at the calendar invite and see that key people for the meeting haven't clicked accept, I'm not going to that meeting. By default, assuming they're not coming. I mean, that is an answer. It puts me in mind of like you know, just the experiment of how many meetings can you just stop going to before anybody notices. Probably not a good thing to do right now, but like it does make me wonder. It's extra bad when it happens with a friggin' project manager on meetings they have created. Yeah, which are of benefit to them almost exclusively. Work tracking meetings. Where I'm at, no one accepts meetings no matter what. I just have to guess. Oh. Oh. Uh, uh Felt it in my soul. I don't know if you know this about me, but I I I get the impression that the entire rest of the world somehow understands which rules you can break and which ones you're supposed to follow. I don't understand how they know that. I've never understood the difference. I don't get it. So I felt that deep in my soul because it's one of those things where other people seem to know that answer. We should stop now. It's angering up the blood. I mean, you can be angry or you can laugh, right? I choose to laugh, usually. I'm gonna use the rest of my day off, public holiday, to go play some games instead. You get May the 4th off, you lucky devil. And you say games, but tell me truly, do you mean Factorio? All right. So we were thinking Misery Loves Company. I mean, misery loves miserable people. That's what I've noticed in the world. Ireland has this tendency to move all possible holidays onto Mondays, which didn't have many first off like most of Europe. And yes, I do mean Victoria. Or didn't have May 1st. Ah, okay, I see. May 1st would have been Friday. Star Wars Day should be a public holiday. Exactly. What else could I mean? I mean, maybe you have seen the light and the glorious third dimension and decided to play Satisfactory. You never know. But, you know, it's worth checking. That's the other thing is I want to do more gaming, but like I don't got the time. I got all this other stuff I should do. I would love to split up the day a little bit and do some gaming streams. Okay, I still got to finish Shenshin. That'd be fun. Satisfactory Studio is on my do not buy list though. Why is that? The coffee stain? Have they gone evil? I hope not, because they do some of my favorite games. Honestly, the third dimension scares me. I can't manage Satisfactory. I've tried Factorio before. I've had a lot of friends that really liked Factorio. Um, I immediately wanted three dimensions to put my conveyor belts all together into a nice stack that got things across places. This is before I played Satisfactory because it existed before. I was like, well, this is dumb. I have all this vertical space and I got to make like three different belts side by side. I hate this. Coffee Stain, yes. I didn't care for their actions toward their first supporters when they were releasing Satisfactory and how they behaved in a very big Discord servers. And oh, interesting. That's unfortunate because they do like some of my favorite games. Aren't they Valheim as well? Hang on. Let's see. Satisfactory show all. Deep Rock Galactic? Yeah, Valheim. Sanctum was okay. Not really a tower defense guy, but it was alright. I don't think I've ever seen any... I heard of Goat Simulator. I don't know anything about it. But yeah, like Deep Rock, Valheim, Satisfactory, some of my favorite games ever. Let's see. My preferred, definitely not optimization game right now is RimWorld. Yeah, I'm kind of a snob too. I don't like pixel graphics in general. It's a personal decision anyway. Yeah, yeah, no, I get that. I don't expect anyone else to agree. It just means I'm not buying the games. Yeah, I get it. I'm that way about Blizzard games now. Ever since it came out that they treat everybody that works for them completely horribly. DRG is a fantastic co-op. Yeah. Me and my friends sometimes play that, or used to. Hopefully again, because I've so far so good on the desktop working. Looks like the motherboard fixed it. But we do some deep rocking. I'll enjoy a good deep rock. There's a lot of actually stuff that's been coming out lately that I really want to play. Um, I want to play Dune. I want to see if it's any good. Super mixed feelings on Conan that Funcom did. It got better over time for sure, but there's still a lot of jank in there, and it feels like they didn't actually want to make that kind of game. But it is at the same time like it scratches a very specific itch, which is like the medieval fantasy building game type thing, you know. Um, so I want to play that one. There is Windrose has come out lately. That looks pretty good. Um, I want to play. That might be it actually. Those two. There was that one uh uh Crimson Desert or whatever that I was curious about, but then it came out that they used a bunch of AI crap in it. So I'm like, yeah, I'm good. Blizzard is a big no-no. They also only make sucky games, so that helps. Well, see, yeah, yes and no, right? I played Vanilla WoW. Like, I enjoyed a lot of Vanilla WoW. I probably peaked my WoW playingness in Burning Crusade. Um, and so like classic or classic BC would probably be a really good time. But I won't give them money. I may come around on that someday, but like, eh. It would be a lot of fun. Okay, yeah. So these are tile models, but our actual connection data lives on the room. When we go into here and we pull the tiles out of the map, it's going to be in load map. If we gave this a different type that just implemented connection tile, well, it doesn't even really need to implement connection tile. It just needs to be a thing that holds connections. I've honestly never been able to get into an MMO. Gotcha. Well, I guess it depends on like the era of when you tried them too. Like they're very, very different now than what they used to be. Um because everything's been watered down so far to kind of cater to the lowest common denominator, plus to get people through the old content so that they can buy the next expansion and play the new content, right? So like a lot of it has been really, really just watered down and rushed. Like you used to spend, like a week in a zone, if you played after work or whatever, um, and you really kind of got to understand and like let that zone seep into your bones. Um, and there was like a mini story for every zone. Like Terran Mill, there was a war between the Horde and the Alliance there, which is why there was a lot of surprise PvP that occurred there. But like the environment kind of reflected that the Horde base was in like an old dilapidated town because that's where they all were because the undead kind of ran things. And there was like Yetis in the foothills and stuff, and it had a vibe, and that vibe was distinctly different from Durotar or the Barrens or what was there was one down south on the Orc continent that was just like a little bitty foresty zone, but it was just really a pleasant environment. It's where Dire Maul was. I forget the name of the zone now, but like it was kind of a mini zone, and it wasn't super long, but it was just it was pretty, and it was fun to go through there. And then there was the Plague Lands, and they were gross, and I hated them. But like they used to be hard, and there was story in them. It's more the endless grinding that gets to me. Well, see, there didn't used to be endless grinding. What? There's not really endless grinding anyway, but um like you would raid the same endgame content for endgame gear to do progression, but like grinding was the least preferred way to level in general. Like quests gave you a ton of XP, and you would get your levels as you did your quests. You'd kill a bunch of stuff, and usually that would be enough to get you to the next zone. But if it wasn't, like everything was level specific zone wise, right? So like Stranglethorn Vale had a level range where you were appropriately within that level, right? And the other side, I think that was like down in Tenaris or something like that, on the other continent. So like if you didn't have enough to get out into the next zone, if it was too big of a jump, you could just jump on a boat and go over to the other side and do some more quests there and kind of just explore the world. And you could figure out like, I like these zones better. So if you were doing an alt, you could do the same, or you could switch it up. And I always enjoyed like the process of leveling. To me, that was more compelling than endgame sweaty rating. Initialize map, we pull your connections out. No, this is the one we create the dealio, the actual grid. Is it inflate map? Yeah, kind of. Part of it. Yes. So. In fact, that's actually something that I want to bring back with this game, is the leveled zones. Like, if you if you want to, go into a place too early, it's going to be really hard. If you want to go into it way too early, you're just going to get schwacked, One of the biggest things I hate about the modern MMO is that everything is level capped. or level adjusted, I guess you might say. Like, and so you never experience the miniature reward cycle of you get into a zone, um, and you're like either at slightly below or slightly above that bottom level in the bracket, and it's hard, right? And you got to go slow and careful ish. And then you start getting better gear and some levels in that zone because they're all 5, 6, 10 level depending, um, somewhere in there, uh, and then you start to get stronger, and then like by the end of it, if your build is good and your gear is good and you got some luck in your drops, and selected your quest rewards well, then you're like kind of breezing through the last couple levels of it, right? And then you kind of repeat that cycle. And now everything's just like always your level. So it's always the same. It's always at like a 4 difficulty. If you mess up, you don't die, you know. I hate that. So we pull the connections out. So we can make decisions about what kind of connection you are here based on whether or not you have IDs. And if you do have IDs, is it my ID? Because I should know my ID. Map ID, yes. Okay. Once the end game starts and it's just running raids, I get bored unless I'm playing with friends. Yeah. That's when I level alts. Well, used to. Level alts and do um professions and stuff. That's part of why Burning Crusade was my favorite, because that's when they introduced heroic or hard mode or whatever they called it initially, dungeons. So like every zone has its dungeons, right? One or two of them. But the way you were supposed to get ready for end game raiding was you get to level cap, and then you would do hard mode dungeons to get better gear to progress further. You like redo like the dungeon loop. Kind of the same idea, right? MMOs used to kind of just be loops and loops and loops. So as you level through, you could do that zone's dungeon or dungeons. It's usually one at like the early, middle, and then one at the late. And you get some good gear there, right? So once you got all the way through, you're at level cap. You could then basically start doing the hard mode at the starting zone again, dungeon wise, and get better gear, make you more able to do the heroics of the later zones. So it was like another, trip around the horn. And then you could start doing raiding stuff. But heroic dungeons were like the perfect middle ground for me because they were challenging and you needed to have your stuff, in order. But it was just a regular dungeon group. You didn't need to assemble a full raid. It wasn't quite as punishing. And you could do, a couple of them in a session in an evening. It was great. They were a lot of fun. I was in a guild, and it was me and a friend from there. He played a Healy Pally, and I played a Tanky Pally. And we were just like running people through endgame dungeons at the end and getting them all keyed up for Karzan. Because you had to do that. You had to get gear and also the keys. Key pieces. There was a quest to get the door key, basically. And then I never really raided Kara. I did a first couple rooms in smaller groups, but like I didn't want to leave the guild I was in, which wasn't really like a progression guild, because I had friends there. So I mostly did heroics, but I mean, like I said, it was fun. I was pretty happy to run them. Do we need, if we're gonna do this, basically we would just need to, whenever we update our tiles here, which is up at the top, update tile. It's a room data, it's a connection data, or I guess we probably don't want it to be a connection data if we do that. Except you have everything we need. So we'd have to figure out between these two what kind it is if we put a different kind of connection off of there. But also, they won't live on these. It would be a room data update. So that's where we should really look, I think. Because we have connections in here. And what we did on the server is we split the connections on a room. Because over there, again, connections are a thing that lives on them, and we represent them as a separate entity, but they're really on that room. So what we did was we did the cardinal connections and then extra connections. Over there, because they were tagged, they just pointed to the same object, but there was basically two lists of pointers, essentially, based on tags. So we could kind of emulate that here. I mean, it feels kind of weird, but it was a good and durable solution, right? Like it held up well as we implemented the rest of the bits and pieces. So I guess our update would then still look like our room data here. And we go through the connections as part of this to figure out if we need to delete them or not. From room and tables. So you have to be careful about the tables. Right now, we have a connection table and a destination table. This maps connection ID to the parent room. That one could stay. Destination coordinates to the connection ID. This would probably have to be some kind of different list if we were to do this. How exactly do we use you? Contains key. This is for removing it. Set destination table values. That's for adding it. Closing the map, we clear you. Here, it's in delete room. So this would have to reach across map boundaries. So that's a problem. Unless we didn't show the destination on a cross map. But that kind of sucks, right? That would then be incomplete information that says, hey, there's this connection from this other map that comes in, but we don't really know where it's from. It's a UUID at this point. And then connections that have the target tile as a destination to the list. That's our to delete. Yeah, okay. And then test uses it pretty extensively, but that's because we test them. I really think I need to implement this global map idea. At the very least, the map data level, right? Where it knows the name and the size and stuff like that. It still won't tell us like a vector. That's a different problem we'll have to solve. But at the very least, we'll have something more meaningful that we can say, hey, you connect to 00 in the gym or whatever, right? I think we need that. We could adapt map controller to serve a lot of that purpose. Do I want to? Or do I want map controller wherever you've gone? Oh, I deleted it, yeah. Action vector isn't defined. Because you're just, oh, your vector. I just rolled that back. That's why. Your vector now. So I think all of this should be just a map. But then I end up with nested providers, which is supported, but go look here. The docs. I'm going to provide a multi-provider. Here we go. So that is a thing we can do. Proxy provider combines multiple values from other providers into a new object, sends the result to provider. So I could do that perhaps. Hey, how's it going, Kyle? I could do that. I don't think I like proxy though. That seems a little bit gross in the syntax and also just in conception. I would like, I think, to keep it to like a multi-provider if I was going to do something like that. We would need to... Well, I guess we can do a constructor on a provider still. Good, how about you? I'm doing all right. Just trying to figure out how I want to enable multi-map editing stuff. The other thing we got to think about is how we are going to get the whatchamacallit, the editing. How are we going to edit that connection if I create a connection to a different map? We could do like a split screen. I don't think I like that idea. I think I would rather actually just load up another map into a modal. I think we have the widgets to make that happen. And we could assemble something that would be a little bit cleaner than the full deal. Probably need that big widget in the middle, though, still. I might need the whole thing. Because you might want to use templates. And we still got to fill in... We still got to fill in the connection info. Mute. What if we did like a tabbed? What if we allow you to open multiple maps? We'll have to see how that would look. I think we'll have to brainstorm that a little bit, but I think all signs still point, because if we did that, either way, no matter how we do it, we need to be able to add this connection info to our current map. And then also put something into the room tile that says it's a destination. Like the connection object actually lives on its source. but we need to display it as a destination. So it ends up needing to be in our connections anyway. This already supports the idea of the location, which has an ID and a coordinate. So we could extend this as a different kind. And maybe using the first tag is fine for a label if we care about it. Yeah, we're really just coming down to the fact that I gotta do it. Now has to be the time. And then we can rename you to like Cardinal Connections. And then add another. And figure out how exactly to cleanly put that in there when we get there. That's a little too far ahead for me to imagine it the same in one shot at the same time. Okay. Loading a map is actually really, really fast, despite how big they are. So if we just gave map editor a single map, map controller, yeah, you still need that. Let's break out. Now let's not do that just yet because it's hard to verify right now if I move it. But if we leave it, it'll be fine. Just it's messy. We need to extract you basically into your own file. Should have done that sooner, but so it is. We can do I don't want to put you in here. If I put you in here, I'm probably going to have to move you. Ugh. And I'm kind of trapped in the sense of if I was to back up and do this change in a different branch, I'd have to resolve a bunch of merge conflicts. It would be the more correct way to do it, but I'm just going to refactor it here. Because I want to get all of our state into a single provider. Because right now we've got multiple skill controllers we load, and I don't really want to do that. Okay, so what all I have here? Vector string. We renamed you to Vector because otherwise it was Vector 2 or Connection 2 or whatever. And what did I change in you? This is just Vector? Yeah, just convector. Strategery is required. It's all going to be vector stuff, yeah. Vector string, that's fine for now. Basically, the only thing keeping us from running and opening is the fact that's not here. There it is. That here we need to guard you. Origin ID is not null, and origin ID is equal to map ID. Or rather, if it's not equal to. And actually, we can go with if you're equal to null or it's not equal to the map ID. So you're not null. If this isn't a connection to another tile in this map, continue for now. If I restart, I think... Oh no, I've got something else. Oh, yes. Okay. Let's not do this then, because we'd have to change a bunch of stuff, and it's really only temporary until we do something better here to keep things split up. So let's not mangle it totally. Instead of this, let's comment you out. Temporarily return no vector. So we can return coordinate 0. Right? And it might be a little bit confused and not quite right, but I think... Oh no, because that's still invalid there. Ugh. So I can't really do that either. We can roll all that back. Let's just throw this away. I don't love it anyway. That means that this here is going to be broken. This was the only thing that was completely hosed. See you. Oh no. I need to put this back. Hang on. That's what you used to be called. And then we can roll that back. Okay. We just want to get it to where we can work on it, basically, here. So it can be a little bit jank. This is supposed to be that. Okay. Now it'll load again, at least. This will be... Not this one. The other side of this will be scuffed. But that's okay. This is what, oh, that's why we did direction 2. Okay. That's fine. We're going to leave that alone. Put that back to the way it was. And instead... Yeah, the only thing that's going to be broken here is actually the entrance map. This will freak out, but that's okay. We're not worried about that right now. This will get us back to a working state, just so that we can noodle through this, right? And be able to actually test it. So what does that leave me with for actual differences? Nothing. Okay. So we just kind of looked and experimented and figured out a plan, which is totally fine and super valuable. I need to change this. I'm not jiving with that right now. Let's do some of that. So we have a plan. Our plan is as follows. Bump, bump, bump. Map editor state, map state. To do. We need to get an app-wide state to hold a single skill controller, attribute controller, etc. We need some sort of state to hold all the map controllers with minimal data loaded. Use the map file data. I think is what I called you. We need to be able to get, and if we're in here, then we have a way to get it out of the parent state. The name of maps not managed by this controller from the parent state. Need to be able to modify specific tiles on other maps to tell them that they have a connection from another map. This one is going to be a little bit more tricky. Because this data only lives on the origin. Which is fine on the server. It loads all the maps, though. So we might need to load those other guys. Well, okay, so We need to be able to check other maps for tags when we manage tags. Adding, not really adding, but removing, renaming. Maybe I just open them all. I could do it on the server. For now. Just JSON. I don't imagine that they're that huge. Is there, a way to get that information in Dart? Probably not, but, you know. Let's see. Here's one in the Dart FFI library. I'll only be used on types in Dart FFI. Okay. We might be able to also get it from DevTools. So we can print it to the file, but can I do... What are my DevTools extensions? Okay. Oh, probably because you're not running. Let's rerun you. See if we can dig into this just a little bit. Sure. Get you over here real quick. Okay, so I can get the change notifier provider, but app state. Oh, we already have app state. Interesting. Okay. That's right. We did that for the unsafe changes for the drop down menus. But this doesn't seem... It's only for provider. Okay, I don't need that. Ah, here we go, memory. So 81 megs. All right. Total size. If I load a map, well, Jim, it's bigger. 93 megs. So like 10 megs. I mean, that's not bad. It could quickly get out of hand. It's actually down to 81 again. 105. 105. That's with a thing open. So we got a whole form and everything. And if I cancel that, $109. Whole lot of instances of connection, or coordinate rather, that makes sense. I'm not actually sure what's using that. Not really a good way to get... like how much of this is... oh, here we go. Map state. What about map controller? Is there a... map controller? Very small. So a lot of this is just going to be UI widget stuff. So as long as we don't do it in a way that everything is on the screen at the same time, maybe we're all right. Because the map itself is very small, which makes sense, right? Can I, by chance... see specifically... map state... can't like go into it, but 0.2 kilobytes, so 200 160 byte. What? 160 bytes. Okay. I guess it's rounding up. Otherwise it'd be 200 bytes, right? So like pretty small. Okay. Well, let's try it. If it becomes awful, we'll know where to start looking. Let's turn that off. I don't know if that's going to keep running in the background or not. Okay. So. We need to be able to check for other maps for tags when we manage tags. That's fine. Modify specific tiles on other maps to tell them that they have a connection incoming from another map. And we did that in the server by having like a second loop where we had intermap connections that got resolved and built after. We might do the same thing here. If we were to, in map data, just keep track of another list of intra-map connections. Or inter-map connections, not intra, that'd be within. So we have intra already, but inter-map connections. Then we can go back through and make sure to put them into place in whatever way we decide to visualize them on a room tile. Which is like the thing, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm liking the way this looks in my brain. We'll see if it pans out. But I'm going to take a quick break because it's been 2 hours. I'm going to stand up, stretch out, get a beverage, use the restroom, all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, be right back. There we go. All right. Oop, I'm blurry. You, Mr. Camera, aren't supposed to be automatically doing anything. Why do you do this? You are a disobedient camera. There we go. All right. So, let's go look at... Actually, let's tidy this up really quick. We have too many things in too many places right now. Because this now runs again, now we can pull this out. Let's just put you inside the map editor root here as map state or map state provider. And we'll just close all this for a second. Tag file. I don't need you, yeah. Because this is already kind of a big guy. And I could probably actually make it even easier if I do that. And that. And then here, import Flutter material. Provider. What else do we need? We need map controller, skill controller, tag controller, coordinates, connection, map file data, path, UUID, room data, UUID. I thought we imported you. Must have just got the parent, not the that guy. Okay, here we go. That'll get you working. Yeah, you're unused now because we do. I don't use provider, even though you are a provider. Weird. Okay. And then I just need you to get imported there. And you to get corrected. Which means that can go away. Should probably double check you. You're good. You get fixed up. Everybody who listens to you needs a little fixin'. That's... Yes, yes, yes. All of you. Imports. It's not a... If I optimize imports, would that... No. No, I gotta go in there. Okay. Fine, be that way. Fix that. Get you. Get all you. Squared away again. Okay. Now, in theory, that should be everyone. You have tools options, okay. Are you checked in? You are. I guess it's probably fine. Whatever. Theoretically, it probably shouldn't be in there, but it's already, analysis options is already in there, so, yeah. We're gonna commit and say refactor. Actually, hang on. Let's make sure. Yeah, seems okay. Here you are. Reset. Okay, yeah. Seems like we're alright. Not refactor, but pull map provider out into its own file. It's big enough now to stand on its own. Into its own. There's a typo. There. Alright. That's fine and dandy with me. I guess we could be extra sure. Where are you? There we go. Editor. Flutter test. A new version of Flutter is available. I bet you they fixed that. Oh, well, no. It's already fixed the error we were getting yesterday. Okay. Now I'm curious, since we're already kind of derailed. What changed? Take a look-see. Integer overflow can happen when handling some animated PNG files. Oh, okay. That's fun. Not too worried about that one then. Not doing any PNG files. Okay, so all of our tests are still passing, so that's a good sign. So now that we've got you pulled out over there, let's go look at our app state here. Main window state, app state. If we were to take a page out of this book, where when we create you, we give you stuff. But I actually think I would prefer, in this case, to have a full constructor. And just take a config file location. That would kind of solve some of these other things. It's like map directory, skill config, Actually, we just create, yeah. Okay, so you have a file path, so we could actually set you up. But do I want to do that? Do I want to pass you strings, or do I want to just give you a config location? Like, we could do two separate, because we got server config stuff, and we've got editor config stuff, right? And I guess we could theoretically override these in the future. The server, at the least, supports it. Could also just look at the server's config location. For now, where do we create you? You wrap around main window, right? App state, yes. App state, context watch, app state. Wait, hang on. Where do you get actually created? Where's my screens? Main window. App state. Right here. Ah, okay. You're in the full, like the editor itself. Which is fine. We want to be careful that this doesn't continue to get rebuilt. I think there was something in context select to listen only to a specific set of properties on the obtained object. So you context select. We'd have to change that up a little bit, I think. And I guess now would be sort of the time. you should be here. And instead of doing this, this. Oh, we still need to be able to set you, though. That's probably fine. Will it figure this out correctly or no? This would be... there's a flag for a different call for this. So there's value is context watch, foo value, and then decide what we want to do. Context read. Provider value combined with a stateful widget. So they're doing provider value is count. Then we have an increment, count plus plus, and do a watch. Calls increment. It's not clear. Context select to listen only to a specific set of properties on the obtained object. But consumer selector. Rebuilding only a particular part of the widget tree. Only bar will rebuild when A updates. So it's not clear if I would be able to still call this. If I was to switch to, like we still need the app state, but, where was it? Context watch, foo value. So we could do, except for, maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe it's fine to leave it the way it was. Maybe I don't gain anything from doing that. Let's leave it until we know for sure. Because I'm just thinking that it may not change anything at all to split out that property if we still have to listen to you, and we still have to grab a reference to you. We still have to grab a reference to you so that we can set unsaved changes when we do stuff. Yeah. Let's leave it. We will add this other stuff though. So let's figure out. We probably want to do this way. Let's go add our skill controller, which used to live here config wise. We can grab both of those for now and just put them up here. And actually, we can't delete them just yet from that side. We can once we move things. For now, they need to live there. So we get skills and attributes, and then status effects. Should also have effects. Yeah, attributes and skills are in here too, right? So this will deduplicate a lot. Code-wise, they shouldn't be active unless things are loaded, but... And then you need these. Okay. I wonder if we can get rid of the data deal. The file data. and just move everything into these guys if we're going to load it anyway. Although I think we use that for the selector too, so maybe it has to stay. But either way, so we get that. Change notifier. I don't think that these can be final. Although maybe they can. I'm just thinking. Yeah, we don't really support renaming the files right now. For now, I guess they can be final. And it's basically just going to be all these like so. And then I'm going to say attribute file path, skill file path, effects file, why that keeps going away like that. Map directory and tag file path. Required needs to be in there. That's important. Okay. So then here I can say that I have a late final if I want to do that. Maybe I don't need to. Skill controller. I should have a attributes controller. Unite imported. Nope. There we go. Put this down here. Reorganize this just a little bit. Status effect controller. And then tag controller. And then finally a list of map controller. Map controllers. Okay. Now attribute controller is attribute controller, which gets attributes file path. I don't need this in this case anymore. Skill controller, file path, skills file path, effects file path, Not fix file path, effect controller. There we go. Is an effect. Status effect controller. Effects file path. Attribute skill effects tag controller. It's a tag controller from tag file path. And then the tricky one. Maps. Because you're very mad about this, even though you're getting set. Effects controller. It's set in there. We'll see once we finish. Dart get files in dir. Dir is directory. List file system entities is await dir list to list. Entities were type file. Okay. This is... That seems really backwards. We're going to do it this way. Directory at map directory. I like this way better. And then this should have directory object. You're supposed to be dark mode. I don't know where this list is coming from. File system entity in mapdir list sync. List the subdirectories and files. We're not going to do recursion here. List containing file system entity objects. They're saying to list where. Well, I'm saying where. They're saying to list. I'm saying where. File system entity F. I guess we could be E for entity. E equals, or E is file. So for that, this needs to be file, I think. Yeah? I think it is file system entity then. No, it should be file. Should just be a path, I guess. Oh, weird type. Okay, cool. Like that. That's good. You're still not happy. Types can't be assigned a I forgot to do that. That's important. Okay, so then we go through the list here where the type is a file, so we omit any stray directories. It shouldn't be in there, but you know, stuff happens. New app controller MC, we can call you, is map controller what does a map controller constructor take? Doesn't. It's not a map controller. It's a map state is what we want to put in here. Ooh. It's a different pattern. But it makes sense because it's a different. Maybe it doesn't. Well, we'll push through it and see. See where we get. This initialization syntax. There we go. So it's an empty list. You are a map state. Oops. Parent context takes up build context. Why is that? Where do we use? It's for the messenger. And I don't have you. Is there a tidier way to do this? Ancestor state? That's not a thing. Oh, it's context, but I don't have context in here, right? Yeah. I need to do it from a provider. Yeah, it's just gonna have to take context as an argument. Okay. And pass it along. I don't love it, but it's okay. For now, I'm gonna need to do yeah, you need to be app state. That is true. I need to import you. Crawl you correctly. We can use these for now. F path should tell us where we are. On saved notifier. Where do we use on save notifier? You need to be back really quick. Set unsaved tile changes. That. Why is that an argument? It's because that's going to be nullable now. It's because we needed to notify somebody. Somebody used set unsaved tile changes. Is it the naming stuff? Except draggable. Oh. Well, what reads you? We'll have to figure that out. For now, it might be something that we've kind of removed from being needed by doing this stuff. So then we add map controller. This needs parent context to be provided when we create you. What else is not happy? Vex controller. I guess y'all can be late. Like, as long as you get initialized in here, and your parameters are required, so it should be okay. Okay, now, up here, we need to give you all them properties. Parent context is context, attributes file path is our constant that we set to avoid magic strings. Same with skills file path and effects file path. and map directory and tag file path. Okay. All of that in place now. And then I guess if we really want to know for sure, oh, load map, but takes data. Not file data. Yeah, we need to change this state up a little bit, but that's okay. Because you used to get called in map editor app state set unsafe changes. Actually, this is, yeah, this will go. Oh wait, that's fine. But where did we load you? It was in the button, wasn't it? So we're gonna need to just give you, this will need to change. That's okay for now. Let's get everything else wired up. To do, this should probably go internal to the state object, should take a file path. Because this was originally built to be a multiple map. Like you could switch it, right? But that's going away. It's going to be dedicated to a map. We think anyway. All right, but now we have this in place. Let's go ahead and clean up the others to use. Guess we're mowing the lawn today. Sorry. There's background noise. To use the new object. That way we can start getting everything into shape here. So the attribute, I guess skills and attributes. Toggleable editor takes the attribute controller. I can either do that or you're stateful. Except for you need to know. Okay, so you, because you are toggled between, okay, yeah, you're a reusable. So we're going to keep you in here. So we've got our app state. Where do we use our app state? We use you for unsafe changes. Unsafe changes confirmation. Hopefully this will be all right still. It's skill and attribute controller that we're going to need to get rid of here. It's still in app state. but it's the skill controller specifically. And actually, I think we can do this directly. Like that. We give you that. Give you that. We give you that. Load data. This, I think, is going to be problematic. Well, we don't need to load data because it'll be loaded here. Once we initialize it. Does anybody else actually use you? Read twice in build and init state. So we don't need you in init state. Build. Why do we need you to load and build? We don't need you to load and build, I don't think. I think we can just get rid of that. Which means this can actually go away. And this. Where are you async? We're pretty sure you should be able to load. If we're here. No. Thank you. So we can just do that to reload things in theory. Okay. Let's find out. Let's make sure we restart just to be sure everything gets freshly added. So skills and attributes, everything. Good. Let's see what we got here. 63. Null check operator used on a null check, a null value. Object controller is a skill controller, whereas it used to just be an attribute. Ooh. You used to be an attribute controller. Screwed up. Okay. And then you were skill and attribute. Let's try that again, shall we? Skills and attributes. There we go. We get an overflow warning there. Don't know if that's old or not because the error message was overflowing. Reloaded. Get reloaded. Okay. And if I apply, looks like it applied to me. Take that back out. All right. Think we're okay there. Hey, Mr. Crescio. Doing all right. How about you? Just playing around in editor land, getting a central source of all things. Now, you... I don't think anybody is using you anymore. Because we load things... ahead of time now. Hang on. Go back. Where did you used to get set? It wasn't in there. Was it in load data? It was. Okay. I see. And then this would be a problem because we don't have app state here. Do we care though? Or are we fine with the idea that if we had an issue loading, it should have already showed up? I think we're fine with that. We should have already had an error if we were going to get one. Let's just get rid of that. It'll tidy this up a ton. And we'll have our reload buttons still available to us here if we need it for some reason. Which these might go away soon. I don't know. Doing fine, been on a short vacation, now back to work nonsense. Gotcha. Did you go anywhere interesting or fun? Okay. Skills and attributes moved. I'm going to do this all as one commit, I think. I think. Let's do status effects next. Before I forget, these guys should be able to go away now. All right. These guys should be able to go away. State here. I should be able to pull out of here, and you don't use... Interesting. You don't use app state at all? So if I was to change you, you do use it somehow. Must be in the widget itself that uses it. So if you don't use it here, that's fine. We can do status effect controller. Effects controller is context watch app state status. You're not imported. Effects controller. Attribute controller. Context. Watch. App state. Attribute controller. And then skill controller. Skill controller is context watch app state skills controller. Okay, get those in place. It was fun barbecue with friends from high school. Nice. Glad to hear it. Always good to get together with the OG homies. Now, we need to pull out y'all just to make it easy to find your friends. We're going to get rid of this guy. It's going to be the same story here, I think, as it was over there. We're going to drop. Did I call you something different? Effects controller. There we go. We're just going to nuke this the same way we did over there. Get you, get you, get you, get you, get you, get you. And you, and you. And y'all. Like so. And then this load data can go away. We load you at the start of things. That means this doesn't need to be async anymore because I don't have to await you. And then you don't need to be there, which means you don't need to exist anymore. And I think that gets us to working status effect style. Oop. Except... did I remember to load you? Change notify provider. Status effects. I did not. We load you when we construct you. Findings, I need to do that. And then, yes, cool. Oop. Why did you do that? This text box is a little jank. And that is not correct either. Okay, so something's broken there. We need to sort that out. That would be in the split up we just did. In the next name selector, string utils. That's what we called it. We'll fix that in a minute. Let me make myself a bug for it. Not pull request projects. Status effect editor. Saving an edited name incorrectly increments that name. Also, the text field kicks the mouse input out of it on first key press. Not mouse input, keyboard input, but focus is what I really want. Kicks focus out of it on first key press. Gotta sort out what's gone on there. And expand testing to try to cover that. Okay. But we can easily go fix that really quick in the data file. Because we have such powers. Server config, status effects. should be here. Do that. And then we can also, while we're here, test reloading. Reloading didn't set the state here, so we need to fix that up. I wonder if that's a... Hang on. If we go to something else and then back, now you're still there. Bizarre. Okay, something has gone awry, but that's all right. You're keeping the same ID number. Huh. Well. We'll have to look. If I restart the application... not map editor, status effects, then you're happy. Propos, our last discussion about to-dos. What do you mean? What about it? Do you commit them or just a note to yourself for the next session? Yes, is the answer. So I'm not terribly concerned if they are committed. I know some people have like a hard, I don't commit to-dos. I don't care that much. I regularly review them. In a larger team environment, I would be more hesitant to make them. I would probably just put them into tickets because it may not be me that comes back and fixes them, right? This is also different because it's a greenfield project, right? It's only me and it's not in production. So to-dos have a tendency to rot. That is 100% true. And they're not in a place where they're easily visible and addressable by more than one person. So in that environment, I don't like them as much. It's more a note for me. And I will be more likely to not merge anything with them committed. I'm still not worried if they get committed, really. But in this project, I don't care about them in there. There's a lot of long-standing to-dos in there, just as notes to me. And I'm not as consistent as maybe I should be in making tickets for them, but like, yeah. I usually, right before I merge a branch, I'll go through and make sure that any to-dos in there are still outstanding, or if they should be cleaned up, or if they should be done before I merge. Okay, so we'll come back to you. Actually, I should check skills and attributes. Yeah, you're not correct either. But at least you accept that. So we need to check basically that the ID checking gets worked on. Because we put the put the code, the call to the incrementer before we checked it, I think is the problem. Whereas before, it was messy, basically. But that's okay. We will sort it out once we get things into a better state. So we've got our skills and attributes done. Map editor is the guy. Map state is the guy we need to do a lot more intensive surgery on I'm going to actually commit here and say add a global, or actually, well, expand global app state to hold all our controllers. Load them at start, or load the data at start. Consume them in place of separate initialization in skills and attributes, as well as status effects. And that can go up because you can be a lot different. We can still get rid of that stuff. I can get rid of that for sure. This as well. And ooh, so this is going to be tricky. I'm going to need this because of the way it's set up. Map editor. Basically, all of this is going to go away. And it's going to have to be something we select based on. Like, we need to provide you with a like an index based on what we select. I mostly use them as notes to myself when I have to stop working, but work is not finished. Yeah, that's really where they probably should be more used than not. And I do that too. But my threshold for caring about them that much is different when it's just me. So when I start again the next day, I see what is modified but uncommitted. Yeah. Continue from there. Yep. Pretty often. That's what I do as well. App controller. The body was a change. Okay, right. Because why did we have to do a scaffold here? Also have some committed. Yes, they rot. Yep. Yeah, I've worked in code bases where the to-do was used heavily, and that sort of biased me against them in team environments, for sure. Usually because fixing the to-do or fix me would require much more comprehensive work. Yeah. So the thing you can do as well that I'm okay with personally is like this to-do, give it a ticket number that says yes, I put in a ticket. That way you can get the context of it when you're reading it, like, hey, there is something that should be done here. Here's the JIRA for it. Or whatever, garbage system you are forced to use. That is more appropriate in a team environment, I believe. Because it is sometimes important to have the context of like, hey, this should be going away anyway when you're looking at a thing, so that you decide, well, I can refactor this all. We already have a ticket for it. Should we just do it all at the same time? Sort of thing. But it's also one of those things where if you told me that your linter, your CI linter does not allow to-dos in the code base, I would see your argument for sure, I'm not sure that enforcing that feels like the right answer. But I also don't have a strong argument as to why that would be wrong, Like, it's a solution. I don't love it, but it's a solution. The real answer is to hold people's feet to the fire and make people more responsible, but good luck with that, right? More responsible, more disciplined, whatever you want to call it. It's a good approach, but requires creating a ticket beforehand. Right. But that's where, if you're in a shared team environment, the tickets are supposed to be your source of truth. That's what everybody looks at when you look at what needs to be done. And it might not be you that does that thing, so you should be creating tickets. And once upon a time, I came up through support. Once upon a time, I worked at a place, and the guy that ran the place was a weaselly little MBA bastard. And the manager of the support team was like she went to bat for us a lot, right? To say, no, Mr. Manager Man, the thing you're saying is absurd and you need to stop it. She retired, and Mr. Managery Man took over all things, and it was a miserable place to work from that moment forward. But they ended up trying to fire me, saying that we weren't doing any work, or I wasn't doing any work. They got rid of all the people who had agency, basically, and would push back on anything, because he was a little weaselly man. But because I was a stickler about tickets, I went into the ticket system and I pulled every ticket out and I put it into graphs using the built-in graphing solution in the ticket system. And I came in to the "we're about to fire you" meeting with a packet. So there was HR, and there was Weaselly Man and new manager, and there was union and union lawyer. And I gave the packet first to union and union lawyer, and I was like, here it is. This is warts and all. This shows that mostly people love me and that I do more work than everybody else except for this other guy combined. And they gave that to HR. And it really changed the tone of the meeting. I still left because fuck you if you're going to go to all this trouble to try to fire me on false pretenses. But I made the deal the way I wanted it to be, right? And even the HR lady was like looking through the packet going, well, this is not at all what I was told. And I hear through the grapevine, or heard through the grapevine, that Weaselly Man was replaced shortly after this round of firings. So documentation, tickets, in a bad environment can give you leverage. Okay, so this is gonna be tricky. I see your point, nice plate, sir. Yeah, I mean, it sucks to be in that environment, right? And get yourself out of it if you possibly can, if you find yourself in one. But like, if the job market was as bad as it is today on that day, then I probably would have stayed and let them try to keep me there, right? Because even the lawyer is like, I don't see a reason for termination here. We can probably save your job. And the union president guy was just like, he looked through the packet, looked at recent events, and he's like, man, I think it's getting time I retire. It's ultra toxic, yeah. Like, and it was an absurd place. The pay sucked, the work environment sucked, all of the ideas from on high sucked. Like, it was not a good job. Which is why I flat out told him, you know, when they said they're like, oh, we could probably keep you here and save your job. And I was like, yeah, I don't think I want it, because if they've gone to all this trouble to try to lie and, you know, terminate me like this, then why would I want to be in this environment? Okay, yes. You. How did we used to trigger? It was in here. It was in load map, right? And changing maps. Because this map controller. Where's map controller coming? It was that. Okay, yeah. So map pane itself takes a map controller. It's required. Which is fine. Select the map file data. Yeah, why stay and burn your time and nerves if it's not compensated and nobody appreciates it? Yeah. Properly compensated? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That one was a little bit difficult to bounce back for. That's actually when I moved. Just because the job market was so friggin' bad in the state I lived in, I was like, I gotta get out of here. The opportunities, like I shouldn't say the job market was bad. It wasn't great. It wasn't terrible. The quality of jobs there was bad that were available there. So we have reload map and close map. These need to go away. Well, reload map probably stays. Close map probably needs to go away. Because we're no longer swapping maps through this state provider anymore. This map state. And really, yeah, because this guy's where all the things to deal with that map state live. What we need is to have like a selected index, selected map index. We can keep app state. Well, we don't actually need app state anymore because it all lives in this guy. We'll pull it out of context. What we need is skill controller directly. for the template bar. So we can pull that out of context from app state skill controller and map controller. I guess this would need to be only if... Do you support... You're required, you're not nullable. But how do we deal with... It's because you just had no map loaded. And the map pane itself... Can we get away with you... being this way? We can pull you out separately. You're not map controllers, though. You're map states. Map states. Or... Can we just pull the controller out of the state? Like if we put an active map into this, maybe? We could do a map state active map. And then in our map pane here, but also tile data gets the map state from context. And it's not going to find that anymore. So we need an active map state for that as well, to get this good stuff out. There's going to be multiple possible maps. So let's not do that. Let's take you out of there. Let's take that out. You're a scaffold because of split view is why. I think. Maybe I don't need a scaffold though. I would love to simplify this if possible. So we got a skill controller still, which actually I don't need even here. Because I can get you from context now. So I'll get rid of that. Object controllers is selected controller. Ooh. Tab controller. Right now, it's just set to room template controller. Why? It's because you're... Oh, why did I do it this way? Let's get that out of there. Oh, right. Okay, never mind. I lie. I still need that. Because that toggles in the tab guy between these fellers. We do still need... So add the listeners, that's fine. Load data can go away. Oh, no, it can't. We do need to load the template stuff. Or we would have to put templates over here, and they don't belong in the global state. They are very much a map-only thing. So let's just get rid of that. And then... Hue. I just need a skill controller. Context, watch, app, state. Pardon me. I need to import you. Skills controller there. Like so. Okay. That should fix that. Map pane still needs to know what the heck it's doing with its life. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of this. Create state, sure. You. You're a widget wide, though. Actually, I think I want this to keep its controller need. Just because of the way it works. And I'm going to drive its parameter from here. Active map. Map controller. Except for that is nullable. Do I want to switch you to using the full state? Because that being nullable. Kind of a problem. Over here, you were guaranteed to exist. Actually, could I just store the state and wrap you in it? And then let you pull it out of context. You not being nullable is kind of a problem for me, though, in that regard. So in this case, when we closed a map, we closed you, but we didn't clear the controller because it was always there. Which actually is going to still be true. If this is a list of map states and we pull you out, it's just that we don't always have an active state. We could give it... okay, so let's say instead of that being nullable, it's not, right? Could I do... I can't create a new provider, though. So I really just need to do active map controller. And then you over here that becomes late. You I would have to create an empty. I don't want to create an empty state, though. Well, this is going to be... This is going to be wrong anyway. Because nothing will be able to pull map state out. So that's going to be a problem. That has to be fixed. Or we have to completely re-architect map state. So we would have to do... And I can't... Maybe we only put controllers in here and then let that drive state things. And then if we need to create a second state for the sake of modifying a different map as part of connecting to it, then we can spin up a new state to hold it. But we've already got the map data loaded. in theory. Let's give that a try. So this needs to be provider map state. Create, how did we do this before? We did this. It's gonna paste all of it. You dirty dog. Okay. And then you had the child or operator. So we need to do this. Active map pane. Like so. You need one of them. Map state gets imported. Controller still needs to be provided, so this is where this gets real messy. We still have to import the controller. Or not import, provide the controller, but the context over here in map state, build context. Do I truly require you? No, I don't. We made a note about that. We didn't make a note about that. But this, okay. This app controller active map equals context watch, oops, app state this needs to be built, not here. Active map. This needs to be there. Okay. Right. You need to be over here. Active map needs to be not a map state, but a map controller. So then map controller can be active map. I think we can ditch all of those other things completely. And this needs to be, yeah, you're missing things, that's fine. Map pane is what you need to be. Got lost along the way. Import you again. And then map pane needs to pull map controller. Place these. Like so. Not in init state, but here in build. Already watch map state. Like so. We might be able to clean up some more of that, but then y'all theoretically be controller here. Okay. Now let's change this. That was correct to begin with. You need to be map controller. We need to give you, yes. You have the file in you, right? It must be a bin map state that used to do that. Load map. Took a file data as an argument. I want a controller to always have string map file path acquired this.map file path, and then when you get it, when you are constructed, map file path, or no, it's load map. There we go. Map file path. So as soon as you get created, load for me, so that then I can say F here, give you to that. This goes away, except for you. It's a F path. There we go. Map controllers add you. Map controllers is now map controller, like so. Okay. We also need. Ooh, that won't let us load a null. Slightly problematic. If we want to have a placeholder. I guess we can handle that here. Except you actually have to handle it here. And this will go away. So we need to move a whole bunch of stuff from this into getting it in from the state instead of that. But I think I like that better as a general sort of rule. I guess we could relax again the requirement here. We could also just have like a constant in here for like a null map. Maybe. I don't like that. I think we can just check in here. Not in there, in here. Yeah, selected map file data is null. Then we do that. So we can switch this up a little bit maybe. To be cleaner in the new sort of layout here. You for sure need some love. That's just been done, basically. So can I, okay, just as an exercise in thought here, let's do a late final skill controller. Can I do this in here? App state. I need to import this. Oh, you don't have context. So I would need to give you context still for sure, so that I can grab that. Then you get imported. You get imported. Skill controller. So I can do that. And then this is no longer required. Tag controller probably needs to go in there as well. Map controller gets provided. Parent context will have to be provided. That's okay. So you come in here still, like so. That's okay. I don't need map directory path anymore. On save notifier dubious, but you're nullable. So you should not be required. We'll let you exist if you give it to me. So tag controller will go away. We'll watch app state tag controller. You're already in there. Cool. Love it when I do work ahead of time for myself. And I won't need to load tags because you're going to get loaded when you get pulled out here, as long as I remember. And actually, I'm going to add this loading to the controllers. To do on controller construction, add the load call immediately. We don't delay loading anymore. Because otherwise, there's no way to know if there's stuff in there, if it's old or what, right? As long as they're maintained in the state, I think we're okay. So new map here is going to have to go somewhere else. Probably into app state. So that it can create a new file. Maybe. Or maybe we can get away with... Let's figure out where you used, I guess, first. Change map details. Also, I don't know if that's for sure or not. We'll just throw question marks at it. You are all in change. Okay, that's fine. Oh wait, no, get available map files. Where are you used? You're used in map build? Map selector. Oh, right. So we'll have to change up you to app state, which is fine. Yeah, I think we can ditch this struct we had for map data, probably. So this... to do this goes into app state to to find out what maps are loaded in it. Thanks for chatting stream. See you. Good luck. Hey, have a great night there, Mr. Crash. We'll catch you Friday maybe. Because it is actually time for me to roll out too. I need to go make some lunch, turn on some AC, and work on some other stuff. Get ready for that to be done. I really need to push hard on that, get that squared away. But thank you to everybody who came to hang out with me today. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. Good to meet those of you who are new. I do this thing for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending today. So if you like this kind of nonsense, come back on Friday at around 10 a.m. Central. I should be here doing it again, and I'd love to see you. And if not, you guys have a great week anyway. I'll catch you some other time on down the road. Thanks again, everybody. Bye.